Hello, LeMay. Good to see you. Let me just post and let people know that I'm live. Alrighty. Okay. How was everybody's week, chat? Hey, Noel, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm posting all the places, letting people know that I'm live. Gotta let the people know. Gotta let the people know. Okay. What I'm looking for is... Okay. Hey, Nabiru. Oh, you're gonna get paid soon? Nice, LeMay. Nice. Okay. Okay. Recently started writing a fanfic for Cardfight Vanguard. It's not as much a full-on fic, but a story about Vanguard unrelated to the current version of the universes. Hey, nice! I always welcome people working on stuff. I can't wait to hear about what you're working on, to hear how it comes out, Noel Main. Hey Zeus, good to see you. Good to see you. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. For those of you who don't know, on the first Friday of every month, I do a collab stream with my friends playing Raft. We had a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. The person who hosts the world is my friend Android Jess, who doesn't have very strong internet and does Wi-Fi stuff. And unlike previous times, this time Jess was trying to host the world for us to play in while also streaming it, and their internet was just not having it. Like all night long we had stuff. Well, I'll get into more of it in a little bit, but like for the whole time we like, some of us couldn't see each other no matter how many times we left and came back in, and then towards the end it just like he lost contact with Steam, and then we got kicked out of the world, and like only one of us could re-enter. That was just Hero Girls, that she couldn't even move around. I'm sure Jess wants to stream and stuff, but like I don't think Jess is gonna be able to stream and host the world at the same time if we do future stuff. But we'll see what that looks like. Anyway, let's get rolling. But I had a lot of fun. Did my job of getting lots of fish. Okay, hold on. Let me actually get my model booted up. Let's actually get to the VTubing side of the VTuber stream, shall we? Let's get to the VTuber side of the VTubing stream. Okay. Thanks, got 2 chapters done already, but it's technically chapter 1 divided in 2. I'm currently working on chapter 3. Nice! Get to the just chatting screen. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. But yeah, did the whole Raft stream. Found a lot of plot stuff. I'm not very good at the puzzles. I kind of was just there. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I was just cooking food and refilling the water, but then the game was bugging out a little bit, so I couldn't refill the water. And I was like, what's going on? It was quite funny. I had fun. But my first, so whenever I do the fishing in Raft, you have a certain number of uses of the fishing rod before it breaks. My first fishing rod I got like, because like there's some stuff that's like you get fish, but then there's other like chances of like rare items. So I got like, on my first run, I got 2 candles, 2 candles in a bottle, 2 shoes, which I can use as little planters for flowers. I got what What else did I get? And I got a lucky cat. Lucky cat's like I think one of the rarest things you can get. And then later on, another fishing rod later, I got whatchamacallit. The mechanical duck. The mechanical duck. Let me see what's the stuff you can get with the fishing stuff in okay. Okay. I went and looked up a guide for fishing on raft, and all it was like you can trade for you can trade for whatchamacallit for bait. I'm like, okay, cool. What does the bait get me? What good is the bait? Okay, so the lucky cat and the mechanical duck are the two rarest things on the fishing on the fishing rod. Okay. Candle bottle, old shoe, lucky cat. Okay, so that's all you can get at that. Okay. Cool. But bait can let me get other things. Okay. Oh, you excited for the next MTG set, Jesus? It's like a B horror movie theme set. That's funny. That's really funny. That's really funny. And whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. So let's get started. We're starting late, so I don't want to lose too much time. Want to make a deck based around Children of the Corn, The Shining, or Hellraiser. Ooh, all of those sound spooky. Hold on one second. I hear someone banging at the downstairs door, and I don't know what's going on. Give me 1 second. The banging stopped. I don't know. It's this thing where I live where there's the inner door that is like the door to my apartment, and then there's the outer door that's the door that leads to the stairwell that leads to all of our apartments, right? And the outer door, you're supposed to use a key fob to get in. Well, for the longest time, the outer door was broken, so people could just walk in and out of the outer door, and then if you needed somebody, you would just, like, there were like little kids who would be playing on the stairwell or running around between inside and outside, and they would do whatever, and then whenever they wanted to go back inside, they'd go inside, they'd knock on their apartment door wherever they were living, and their parents would let them in or whatever. And recently, when there was some maintenance done, they fixed the door. So now, like, people keep getting locked outside. And it's a thing where, like, yes, that is a security feature that's supposed to be working. And yes, it's going on. Yeah, it's a security feature that's supposed to be working. Yeah, it's going on 10 p.m. But also, it's like, what are people going to do? Give their kids all a key fob who want to go outside and play? Like, that's not realistic or reasonable. That means if somebody wants to go outside and play, then like a parent has to go out there with them, and that's not always feasible. The new set has so many new mechanics. My favorite is there's a card that have two halves that are each rooms. You play one as a sorcery, speed permanent, and anytime you can pay the cost of the other. But yeah, it's one of the things where, like, the alternative, like, that I don't think anybody really thinks about, that I don't know how helpful it is that on the outside there's a button you can use to dial and call specific rooms, but I don't know if the kids know how to use that, and even so, if it's going to ring loud enough for somebody, for their parents or whoever's in the apartment to hear, right? So you can unlock the other and now have both halves are active. There's also a card that wins the game if you've unlocked 8 rooms. Oh, so it's like an escape room kind of thing? That's interesting, Jesus. Anyway, speaking of spooky things, we are talking about one of my, I don't know if it's healthy or unhealthy or silly habits. This is not the first time I've done this, but sometimes I wake up and I remember a dream. It's a half-remembered dream. I remember bits and pieces. Yeah. The problem is also that, like, the doors, I don't know how long the door has been broken for, but it's been broken for a while. So people just got used to being able to go in and out that door. And now all of a sudden they can't. But anyway, I had this dream. I have this habit that sometimes I'll wake up and I'll half remember a dream. I'll be in and out and phasing in and out of the dream, or going between awake and asleep, going in this kind of state of half awake, half asleep, and the dream will be finishing off, and I get bits and pieces and images and thoughts. And so sometimes the dream will fade, right? Sometimes the dream will fade and it'll just be whatever, but sometimes it'll stick with me. And like some people, whenever stuff like this happens, they're like, oh, this dream must be important. It must be either like a prophecy or warning of future times or some kind of like a lesson to be learned about the future. Me, my storyteller self, when that happens, my first response, I try to make a story out of it. I try to piece together the separate and disconnected images I have from the dream and try to put them together in order to create a story. And that's what we're going to be working on tonight. I'm going to tell you all about a dream I had. I'm going to jot down ideas, going to brainstorm a little bit, and this might be a little bit of a longer stream because we're starting a little bit later. But I want to see if by the end of tonight's stream, if I can have a short story put together, a little short story put together about the stream, and see what to do with it. Okay, chat? And I'll be asking you all for yes, when you wake up before the plot of the dream ends, right? But I'm going to be asking for a little bit of audience participation, a little bit of chat participation. So I might need help with naming things or coming up with ideas. Or if you have any input, thoughts, or suggestions, share them in chat. Even if I don't use everything, I always appreciate every bit of input. So, okay. Okay. I'm going to tell you the dream first. Then we're going to work on putting together the pieces of the dream. Also, if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream yet, please like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people, especially tonight since we're starting late. So we'll get to the dream. In my dream, yeah, that's true, Nabiru. So in my dream, I dreamed that aliens had taken over the world. I dreamed that aliens had taken over the world. There were rebels that were rebelling against the aliens and doing guerrilla warfare stuff. But I was not one of the rebels. I was just a dude doing a job. And in my dream, I got selected by the aliens to be turned into some kind of a monster. I didn't have a name for the monster or whatever. I came up with one later because these are some notes I tried putting down to try to piece stuff together, and I'll go over all that in a second, but I just want to go over what was in the dream. And they told me, do you want to become an organic monster or do you want to become a mechanical monster? And I was like, am I going to keep myself am I going to be myself in either one? They said, no, we're going to be in control of you either way. So I said, if I'm going to be anything, I want to be a mechanical monster because I like giant robots. So if I have to be turned into anything, I would be that. And basically they were turning people into these monsters, these massive monsters, in order to use them as a tool of oppression, in order to oppress people and enforce their will on the earth and to root out and fight rebels. To root out and fight rebels. And so I was turned into this massive gorilla that had cannons sticking out of its back. These two big cannons sticking out of its back. I had a blue chest, kind of looked like one of the toys of Optimus Primal from Beast Machines. Let me see if I can find an image of that. Let me see images. No, not that one. No, not Beast Machines. So with the it was one that had like a blue. Here it is. Which one? This one. How do I save this image? Okay. I don't know what Gorillinator is. Let me look that up. Oh, Gorillinators. That's a HeroScape reference. Okay. Not quite. The cannons were like mounted on my back. And they could like extend or retract. I wish I could cut out. Actually, hold on. Can I? Okay, here we go. That's better. Cool. Downloads. Sure. You want to, I guess, DM it to me? I guess. Do you want to DM it to me? Because the images I saw had them like mounted on the arms and stuff. So this is the Optimus Primal toy that was like blue with and I had this toy when I was a kid, which is why I should not be surprised that when I dreamed of a gorilla, it was of the toy that I had as a kid. So of course I dreamed I became essentially my childhood toy with cannons mounted on its back. Let me see what this looks like. Not quite like that. Actually kind of like that. The cannons weren't as bulky as the ones that you have there. But It was like, it was a robot gorilla. It was a mechanical robot gorilla, which this kind of is, except for the face. The face is like fleshy in the one you sent me, Jesus. No, it's fine. I appreciate it. It can make a very interesting reference image. I might, hold on. Let me save it. Okay. That one has power armor? Okay. I should have done a remove background, but I didn't really care enough to. I'll put these underneath. Okay, there we go. So the captions will still be on top of them. That one's cool. It's not exactly what I was imaging. I was hey, it's fine, Jesus. It's fine. It's still a cool reference. I will stick it over here. I will get it. There we go. Cool. So alerts will still pop up over it. But this blue one down here that I have by me is the one that I kind of envisioned, which makes sense because it was my childhood toy as a kid. So it was my dream, whatever. So I turned into this giant, and I was huge. I was like the size of like a building. And I was this huge robot gorilla, and I was kind of like just doing their bidding, and I was on a mission to hunt down some rebels, and I had caught one rebel who was fleeing, and I had them pinned down in the street because like they'd escaped outside of their hideout because I chased them out of their hideout, and I had them pinned down in the street. And all of a sudden my partner was there, and she was like on the sidewalk, like right beside me, and she yelled out my name, but she didn't yell out my actual name. She yelled out my online name, Orian. And something about that awoke something in me, dragged me back to consciousness, and brought me back into myself. And I realized I couldn't stay myself for long, right? Because the influence of the nearby control systems was going to retake me. And I turned around, and floating above me, observing the entire operation, was an airship, like a blimp, that the aliens were in, right? But it was stealth, so no one could see it. But because it was something I was coordinating with, my sensors allowed me to see it, so that way I wouldn't have friendly fire. So I could avoid hitting it. But what I did was I extended my cannons, and I blasted the airship out of the sky. And then with that shot down, the signal was weakened, so I was able to get fully in control of myself, and I fled the city and was hiding out in the woods, and there was heavy woods outside the city. And then there was some stuff happened that I don't really remember, because again, this is a half-remembered dream, right? There were scenes and stuff in the middle that I just don't remember, and that's part of the fun of this exercise. Is like, what can I fill in? What can I fill in those gaps with, right? And then the next scene that I remember is I, as this giant robot gorilla, had made it to the coastline and was trying to swim away, trying to escape everything, because I had not wanted to be part of the rebellion. I had not wanted to serve the aliens. I just wanted to do my job and live. I didn't want to have any part of this. So I was just trying to escape from all of this. And the robot, and so the aliens were chasing me and shooting at me from the sky, and there was no way I was going to escape. It was a lost cause, but I still kept trying. And then this, chat, this is where it gets weird. As if being turned into a giant robot gorilla wasn't weird enough. In my dream, I trust me, you'll see what I mean in a second. So it's like, but it's like aliens, giant monsters, giant robots. Pretty, like, yes, that's bizarre, but like for me, chat, that's not that, like, I deal with that stuff in my stories kind of like all the time. You know what I mean? A nature goddess saw me trying to escape and took pity upon me and turned me into an elk. Not a giant robot elk, a normal sized elk, which are pretty, I don't know if it was like elk or caribou, something bigger than a deer. And in the explosion and the confusion of this giant robot gorilla shrinking down to be something as small as an elk and confusing their sensors, I was able to swim down under the water and get away from their cannon fire and swim away. And then there was a whole thing where, like, I thought I was free as an elk. And the nature goddess was like, no, you serve me now. And there was some kind of thing where the nature goddess... Listen, it was a weird dream, Jesus. Become moose. It was some kind of a big thing with antlers. I don't know if it was an elk, a moose, a caribou. It was some kind of a big four-legged creature with antlers that was bigger than a deer. But now do you understand, Jesus, what I meant when I said it gets weird? And there was some kind of a thing where the goddess had some kind of animosity towards the aliens, and like there was some, I think it was some kind of a thing where like I could go back and forth between being the elk or the moose or whatever and being the giant robot gorilla, and the goddess was using me as a weapon in order to fight the aliens. But that's why the first two things I have listed here are alien dream, canon gorilla, nature spirit elk. It was like a nature spirit, nature goddess kind of thing. Power Rangers, well, hey country girl, good to see you. I was just telling everyone about the fever dream. I don't know if it was a fever dream, but the bizarre off the wall dream I had, and tonight's prompt is where I'm going to be working on writing and turning and kind of filling in the gaps between this dream, maybe changing some things and turning this bizarre dream I had into a short story. Maybe I'll turn into more later. Maybe I'll expand upon it later. But I have been cooking, chat. That this is a dream I had, like, not last night, but the night before last. So this is all fresh, right? And I've been thinking about it for like 2 days, right? I've been thinking about it for like 2 days, and this is how I deal with dreams. This is how I deal with dreams, chat. I try to turn the dreams into a story, right? It's unrelated to anything I've done so far. Not related, like, no piloted robots, no superheroes, and a touch of body horror. It is going somewhere. Okay, so let me show you what I have cooked up so far and what I want to do with it. So my idea that I'm cooking up is that, now the thing is, I don't know what to call the aliens, because in my dreams they were just aliens. Country Girl basic rundown: aliens took over the world in my dream. There's rebels that are fighting them, and oh, that was another part of the dream. The aliens had been capturing rebels, and once they were done interrogating them or whatever, turning them into these monsters that were like either biological monsters or mechanical monsters, and like doing it like on live TV to make examples of them, and using them to hunt down the other rebels or to enforce the law or to enforce the aliens' will, right? And I, the main character in the dream, so I was thinking about that. Like, the idea that I'm thinking of is they have advanced science and they believe in science. This is an idea I had when I was cooking about, like, why would there be gods and goddesses, right? Why would there be a nature spirit? Like, why is that? So I was cooking this idea up, and I was like, what if it's a thing where what if it's a thing where the aliens, like, enforced all of these more sustainable practices on the earth, on the people of the earth, right? And like they did, like, well, in my dream, the whole thing was that they turned people into monsters and used them as tools. And the main character, my POV character, was just a dude who did a job and didn't want any trouble, didn't want to be part of the rebellion, didn't want to move up the ranks to become a great servant of the aliens, just wanted to do his job and go home. And he got chosen, and they're like, well, and he was like, well, I have no connection to the rebels. And they're like, we know, and you being chosen isn't a punishment. You should think of it as an honor, because you're being chosen to serve a higher purpose, to serve the glory of the Empire. And right now, we need more monsters, but the rebels have been evading us so much that we haven't been able to catch enough of them recently in order to refill our ranks from the ones they've defeated or destroyed. And so you've been chosen, and sometimes regular people, civilians, will be chosen moving forward. And you're like, I was like the first person who wasn't a rebel to be chosen to become a monster. And I was thinking about calling the monsters behemoths, because it's not kaiju, it's not colossus. It's like, but something like behemoth could be something interesting as kind of a name for the monsters. But they would do an injection and then you would transform. And they were like, you could either become a biological monster, which is this kind of this kind of horrific looking thing with muscles and weird and fleshy skin and looking vaguely humanoid and just looking very ugly and horrific, or you could become a mechanical monster, and you would become some massive mechanical version of an Earth animal, because they would tailor them to whatever was on the planet. And my POV character was like, okay, am I going to retain myself in either form, right? And like, no, you will be overwritten. You will be the person that you are will be dead. You will only exist to serve the Empire, to do our bidding. What's your potential name, country girl? What's your potential name? And so I chose mechanical monster, mechanical behemoth, because I was like, I love giant robots. Grimly, does that mean something? Does that mean something, country girl? Let me look that up. Dire beasts. Comes from the Icelandic word skrimsli, meaning monster. Oh. Okay. The thing is, we got the main character and his friend. They're going to meet this girl who got a few screws loose in the head, not sure how to proceed. Well, Noel Main, I know there's a saying in TTRPGs that sometimes applies to stories as well, and that is, if you don't know what to have happen next, and there is nothing pressing happening, and you don't know where to go with the story, throw conflict in. Throw in some kind of interaction and conflict where the characters have to deal with some kind of a threat, something that puts them towards forwarding the plot, the overarching plot of the story. That's kind of one of the main things, Noel Main. That's my best suggestion. So anyway, so Skrimsli means monster, and you're thinking calling the alien Skrimli. Okay. I'm gonna call it Skrimslies. Grimleys. Okay. Actually, um, I've named type a magic bird with the power of their feathers, to reflect light, and named it the Slinbird by the Danish word unsling. Oh, okay. Is there some word? So the idea here is the aliens turn their subjects into monsters and control the monsters. So I'm wondering, I was thinking some kind of word that means like monster tamer or beast tamer or some kind of a thing that like is like a trainer of monsters. Is what I was thinking. Hey, go for it, Jesus. Go for it. But anyway, so for the dream, Grimlest? Lest means trainer? Ooh. Bioweaponist, that's funny. I like that. Hold on, let me look that up. Scrimless, monster train. Okay. Grimlest sounds cool. And Icelandic is fun one to go for. Okay, let me do Google Translate real quick. I don't even know how to pronounce this word. How do you pronounce? You like Nordic languages? Okay. I'll go with Scrimless. It doesn't have to be exact word for word, but Scrimless means monster train. It doesn't refer to monster trainer. But that could be cool. I like that idea, Country Girl. Okay. The crazy girl makes the MK drink pineapple and lime soda and jokes about it, so they make a bet to card fight. Hey, nice, Noel, mate. Cool. Finnish words or Swedish roots? Okay. Let me try Finnish. No. What did you suggest? Swedish. Oh, what's this one? No, I can't pronounce that. No, we're gonna go with Scrimlest because it's not quite a good translation. It's not a good translation, that's fine. And I think it'd be really funny if, like, the aliens, when it was like, how do you describe yourselves? Instead of trying to have us pronounce their word for themselves, they do a bad translation of Icelandic, and they're like, this is what we are. Maybe not bad translation, but like an incomplete translation. Anyway, so in the dream, I get chosen to become a behemoth. And when I get taken in, I'm like, I didn't do anything. And they're like, we know, but this is an honor. And I'm like, I'll become, like, do you want to become organic behemoth or a organic monster or a mechanical monster? I said mechanical. I get turned into a giant gorilla with extending cannons on its back, with like telescoping barrels. And like this blue gorilla down here by me, Optimus Primal, that is a toy I had when I was a kid. So of course it reappears in my dream as the giant gorilla I turn into. And I'm like the size of a building, right? I'm like massive. On a mission, I do missions. I'm kind of just like going, like kind of just everything's a blur. And I'm on a mission, and the next thing I know, I'm on a mission. My objectives are hunting down rebel forces. And a rebel has run out of the building that they were hiding in into the street, and I'm chasing them. I have them pinned down, and all of a sudden, I hear my partner's voice, and she isn't saying, yeah, a Gorilla Blastoise, yes. And she's trying to get my attention, and she calls out my name, but she doesn't call out my actual name. She calls out Orion, which, again, I'm me. It's a dream. So she's calling out Gorilla's Toys. Yes. And she calls out the name that I go by online, the name that so many people know me by, and the name that I choose for myself. And something about hearing her voice calling out that name awakens something in me, and I come back to consciousness. And I'm in this giant gorilla body, and I have this guy who's terrified right below me, and I turn around and look up, and I see there is an airship, like a blimp, directly above me that I know is the aliens observing me, and I could feel they're like have some control stuff going on, and I gotta get rid of them. And they're cloaked, so normal people can't see them, but my sensors let me see them, ideally to avoid friendly fire, but I turn off the friendly fire setting, and I extend my cannons, shoot the airship. I've never seen warm bodies, but the thing is, I'm a giant robot gorilla. A giant robot gorilla with telescoping cannons. I shoot the airship and then flee the city, and directly outside the city there is heavily wooded area. there's all of these trees and all of this nature, and I hide in the woods. And then there's like some flashes of other scenes, but I don't remember much of it because it was a dream. So you don't, like, I don't remember every scene of the dream, which kind of makes this kind of fun of like filling in the gaps, maybe changing things from the original dream, doing stuff to make a more coherent story, you know? And then the next scene that I clearly remember is I am still as a giant robot gorilla. I have my cannons retracted, and I've made it to the coastline, and I'm trying to swim away. There was this part in the beginning that was kind of like skipped over that I kind of barely remember about, like, where my character didn't want to have anything to do with the rebellion, didn't want to have anything to do with moving up the ranks and serving the aliens, just wanted to do his job. I just wanted to do my job and go home. That was all I wanted to do. Didn't want to have to do with any of the stuff. And I was swimming away, but I was being chased by more airships that were shooting down at me. They were shooting down at me, and I had no hope of escape, but I still kept trying. And then, country girl, this is where it gets weird. As if it wasn't weird enough already, a nature goddess, some kind of a woman with giant, like, antlers, appears. Sees me trying to escape, takes pity upon me, and turns me into like a moose or elk or some kind of a thing that's really big, has 4 legs and antlers. Some kind of like an animal. Like, I'm thinking like elk, caribou, something much bigger than a deer. And it's in the middle of an explosion of explosive shells, and from being shot down. And in the middle of all of that, like, upheaval from the explosions, I'm able to dip underwater and swim away. And I'm like, and I swim away, and they lose sight of me, and I'm like, I'm free. But then the nature goddess is like, not exactly free, you serve me now. And then there's this part that I don't really remember about something where, like, the gods, like the nature goddess was like wanting to wage war on the aliens, and I could transform from being an elk to being a giant robot gorilla, and I could go back and forth between the two. And she like used me as her weapon to like fight the aliens. So that is the dream. That's what I remember of the dream. I've taken that and I've tried to put that together into kind of an idea. Be a spy? Yeah, kind of like I can appear in different places because I can go, because nobody suspects an elk, right? And there's this whole thing where the aliens are like not hunting anything. They grow all their food. They think eating other animals is like barbaric or something, or some kind of a thing. So like I'm imagining it being a thing where like they would see an elk and just ignore the elk, right? Until the elk turns into a giant robot and destroys all of them. So I could just like walk up to stuff and then transform, cause a whole bunch of havoc, then in the chaos, turn back and then run away. I don't know. See, that's part of the thing, right? That's part of the dream about like where the goddess isn't necessarily good. She doesn't necessarily care about humanity. She cares about nature. She cares about the planet. Yes. But in the dream, I don't remember being able to go back to human shape. So I was either elk or gorilla. How big is a moose? What's bigger, an elk or a moose? What's bigger, elk or moose? Moose. Okay, we're going with moose. All right, have a good one. Have a good one, Jesus. All right, we're going to go with moose. If I'm going to be something, I'm going to be something big. Gonna be a moose. Gonna be an ape. Moose. Yes. But you see what I mean about this being a really weird dream? You see what I mean? Okay. So, this is what I have so far. And I want to turn this into a short story, okay? So this might be a little bit of a long stream tonight. We'll see how much I get done. I might turn this, and this might break up into 2 streams. We'll see what happens. Canon, gorilla, nature, spirit, moose. So humanity's been taken over by aliens, the Scrimlest, the rebel groups that have been participating in guerrilla warfare, but getting better at it, and they've been able to avoid getting caught recently. Aliens turn captured rebel prisoners and other undesirables as 20-foot tall monsters, either organic, horrific monsters, or mechanical beasts resembling massive animals with weapons. A person who gets turned into one of these monsters loses themselves and becomes nothing more than an engine of destruction doing the alien overlord's bidding. The monsters, I came up with this name about calling them behemoths because I didn't want to just call them kaiju. And I was like, okay, how long have they been here? They've been here for a period of time. So I had this thought. Okay, so here's my thought that I was thinking with, right? What if it's a thing where we have these kind of like more modern interpretations of like gods being these entities that draw power from worship or draw power from like different, like the land or from nature spirits or draw power from these different sources, right? So I was like, what if it's a thing where these aliens, right? Since they try to oppress people, they try to use people as tools, right? They're like, if we provide for all of their basic needs, we can make them do what we want without fear of rebellion, right? But you only get what your basic needs covered, the barest minimums, right? But they enforce some of their rules and history and stuff, but their way of like appeasing people, I had this idea. What if their way of appeasing people was encouraging people to lean into their religion or their faiths or their culture, to be like, we can't be evil, we're letting you celebrate your culture, and like actively encouraging people to like create art and things around their culture and their religion and their faiths, because to the aliens, they don't think that these cultures, these religion, and these faiths are a threat to them. They don't think it's a threat. So they're like, we will and they have people do that, but the aliens stop other forms of art creation. So like Hollywood and Marvel movies and superhero stuff and all of those kinds of books and stories centered around different types of things that aren't related to a religion or a culture become banned, right? And then this backfires, right? They've done this on over 1,000 worlds and it worked fine. But on this world, on Earth, things work differently. So it's a thing where they start taking care of the planet. They get rid of the factory farming. They, because they're all about eating vegetables. They stop burning fossil fuels. They cleaned up the trash in the oceans. They go into solar technology and new fusion tech. And they introduce universal healthcare, universal basic income. They give you assigned marriages and assigned jobs. And it's a gilded cage, right? But what happens, I'm thinking about what happens is that it's a thing where they start researching like ancient religions and mythologies, and they start encouraging people, hey, yeah, why don't you celebrate your culture? If you want to enjoy music, why don't you make some music around this or around that? And encouraging the revival of a lot of ancient faiths and customs, right? And all of a sudden that mixed with the dire situation of what's going on and nature beginning to heal from not having to deal with so much pollution. And the ancient spirits, the gods, the goddesses, the nature spirits begin to awaken, right? And I was thinking, what if there's this whole thing where like the nature spirits had watched, not just the nature spirits, but the gods and the spirits had watched the rise of technology, right? They'd watched the rise of technology and the decrease in their followers and the collapse of their faiths, right? And whenever humans had risen up and started to take the world for themselves and take it out of the hands of the supernatural, the gods and the goddesses, the supernatural, said, you know what? This might be our time to rest. And they peacefully let themselves go to rest, right? But this time, they're woken up. They're seeing what's happening. They're seeing what's been left. They see what's going on. And they're like, no, we will not be ruled by invaders. And we will instead be fighting back in our own ways. So then there's this whole conflict where you've got this kind of three-way conflict going on, right? You've got the aliens on one side that want to rule. They're using Earth as an agricultural planet, making Earth grow these foreign alien plants in order to feed the empire, right? And the aliens are like oppressing people, taking away freedoms, all of that stuff. And then you've got the rebels that are the human forces trying to fight their way to freedom, to regain to restore the old order and to regain the placement of humans at the top of the food chain, right? And to push off and drive off these aliens. And then you've got the gods. You've got the gods that are fighting to take back control because they said it shouldn't be the aliens in control, it should be us in control. So then I'm thinking a thing where like the gods are not necessarily good or evil as much as they are just on their own side. You know what I mean? But I don't know how much I want to get into that in a short story, because that feels like something you'd explore in like a novel, you know? So I was trying to translate. This is what I got so far for trying to translate this into a story. Main character's working in a warehouse. When his coworker approaches him, secretly tells him they're part of the resistance and they're looking for new members. Main character says it doesn't concern him. He's just trying to do his job and go home. Main character promises not to tell anyone that the coworkers work from the resistance, since he doesn't want to have any trouble. Main character doesn't think that being ruled by aliens is that bad. Yeah, they have to work assigned jobs, but he didn't think that was much different than before. The politicians and billionaires have been caught and executed, but for 90% of the population, life didn't get much worse. You could worship any faith you wanted. You can make any art related to your faith, including music and crafts. But beyond religious reasons, all art have been outlawed. No music, no writing, no painting, nothing. No TV or movies. Hold on. Or all right. So humans were growing alien grains and vegetables, acting as an agricultural planet, feeding the alien empire. Most of the work on the farms is done by prisoners. The next day, after talking to his coworker, main character gets taken by the alien police force. They tell him that they are going to turn him into a behemoth. He says he doesn't know anything about the rebellion, and they tell him that they know they need another behemoth. They don't have any good prisoners for it. His job is low skill and can be easily replaced, so he's expendable. They ask if he wants to become a mechanical behemoth or an organic behemoth. He asks if either option will let him retain himself. They say that it's all the same. He will be overridden by the transformation. He's always had a love for giant robots. He missed the days with anime and other non-religious media that told stories about giant robots. So he told them a mechanical behemoth. They broadcast his transformation on the news, labeling it as a good thing, that he's becoming a shining knight to uphold the Empire's peace. Main character isn't entirely erased. He's just barely there, just under the surface. He struggles to regain awareness but cannot control his body. Life becomes a blur as he goes from mission to mission. Then he hears something, the voice of his government-assigned wife. Now this is where I'm changing things from the story, right? Because I don't... Whoa. Country girl, you just cheered. You just cheered with 40 bits. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that very much. It means all the world to me. And I said was feeling unmotivated, a bit depressed, but trying to help you has got me wanting to do a work sprint. So gonna lurk for a bit. Okay, you do that. You lurk, country girl. I wish you all the best luck. All right, good luck with that. And if you want to share what you're working on, feel free to share that in the chat. Don't post your work in the chat, but tell us about what you're working on. I always encourage these to be kind of like parallel play style things where we're all working on our own stuff, and listening to music, vibing in this creative vibe together, and sharing what we're working on. I tell you what I'm working on, you tell me what you're working on, okay? So, he hears something, the voice of his government-assigned wife. She's calling out to him. She's calling him by his nickname he used online. He remembers how awkward they were when they met each other 5 years ago, and how they bonded playing tabletop role-playing games with an online church group. He's steadily pulled back to consciousness and sees himself. He's become a massive mechanical gorilla with dual cannons on his back. He's standing over a man in the street who is panicked. He saw his wife standing on the sidewalk next to him and turned away from her and looked up. Saw the airship observing him. Reworking a bit of my Act 3 and enjoying my make second most important character's father as despicable as possible. Writing villains can be really fun. I definitely understand that, country girl. It's visually cloaked, only visual to his sensors. He could feel the system trying to pull him back, and he fired his cannons at the airship, damaging it, setting himself free. He fled the city, was hid in the forest outside the city. Later, he made his way to the coast and tried to swim away, but he was spotted and was being shot at. A nature god saw him, took pity on him, turning him into a moose so that he could slip away in the chaos. Okay. I revamped my story and I'm mostly satisfied with the introductory chapters. Now I can get to the hard part, making a school drama interesting. Ooh, there's a lot of ways to do that, LeMay. Wouldn't stand idly by and let it happen again. Right now, the main character who's undercover is sitting in his first class and met the friend of the victim. I'm thinking about skipping to the end of the class after the professor's intro. Go for it, country girl. You're more than welcome to gush about your dialogue you wrote. I'm always love to hear what you're working on. Okay. Okay, so could do some stuff. Okay. So I'm thinking this will be an interesting thing where like there's no like good side really. A thing where like it's kind of grimdark, which isn't exactly something I do. Where you've got the aliens that want to oppress people, right? That want to exploit their labor, take away their freedoms, and control people using religion. You've got the rebels that are funded and led by the billionaires and politicians that escaped execution that want to return to the old ways of capitalism, consumerism, of humans ruling the earth. They want to return to the old ways. And then you've got the gods that say, screw all of that. We want to take over this world, to be openly worshipped, and to run this world in active ways that we haven't done since the ages of myth and legend. Alright, so they're going into his childhood home, and Court's second most important character is going overboard on warnings to Ellie, main girl. Ooh, okay. Gassing up the situation, I see. Okay. To eat or drink in that house, we're outnumbered and unfamiliar territory. These people are your family, Ellie countered. How bad can they be? They're my blood, he argued back. You're my family. Aww. That's a really good statement. I see that. Since I'm doing restream, I have a shared stream thing that pops up through OBS that tells me what people are saying in both chats. So I noticed you did that through Twitch and through YouTube. Does Twitch allow longer character limits? Okay. Okay, so now I need to name the characters. Nice. I'm imagining being a short story. Montel Jackson, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. I appreciate your subscription. I appreciate you joining the community. Always remember you are valued, treasured, loved, and appreciated here. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. What are you working on today, Montel? You working on any projects? You doing any writing or art or game dev? I'm very curious because I think it's very healthy to have like things that you're working on and creating. I think that's a very healthy thing to do. I want to go for some different names. I'm always doing like Tony and let's look at some Icelandic names for the wife. Ooh, Anna could be good. I have a thought. Anna. Okay. So I had a thought that it might be a thing where the wife had been like fervently praying after main character gets taken and is going to be and finds out he's going to be turned into a behemoth, that she'd been fervently praying that he would find that he would be saved. Brunhilde, that's a nice one. What does Brunhilde mean? Because I just thought of like the name of the Icelandic names could be cool. Armed for battle. Ooh. I was going to go with Anna because when I Googled it, it says it means full of grace or favored by God. So I thought it would be kind of funny if the character named favored by God had been entreating to the gods on behalf of her husband, who's going to be turned into a behemoth. And then that is what led to him becoming a tool of the gods. Ah. Chat. 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 I just found the name of our main character. Oscar. I just Googled what means like God's weapon or something, right? And Oscar is comes from Irish culture and folklore, and it means, it can be translated to mean God's spear, deer lover, or champion warrior. Did you look up the name too, Nabiru? A cane sword. No, is that a character that I'm referring to, that I inadvertently refer to? Oh, moose is the largest member of the deer family. So yeah, it's a okay. So he's just a really big deer. He's just a really big deer. Okay. Oh. Oh, that one. Oz. Oh, that's who you're referring to. Ruby. Okay. No, but calling him Oscar is funny. Calling him Oscar is hilarious. No. Oh my gosh, Nabiru. Could make the deer goddess like Artemis, or come up with I want to do a goddess that has deer antlers. Rohitsa. She's only like we're not delving too much into lore. Your dear girl will become a cult leader. No, I don't want to do VTubers. In this world, VTubers become gods. Okay, let me just do a quick. Reindeer. Ba, 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 ba. Looking through stuff. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at some stuff about like different about a reindeer or a deer goddess. What's bigger, reindeer or moose? Okay, so the moose is the largest. Okay. But the elk, caribou, and reindeer are about the same size. Okay. Okay. Knock? What's that mean? Oh my gosh. Chica. I want a moose. I want it to be big. Ba, 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 ba. Blah blah blah. Because noose are blah 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 blah. Folklore. What is? I found there's a moose spirit. Found something. Who's this? Ah. Parajika. Parajika means moose. In what language? Mm-hmm. Kimono friends' names. Oh, goodness. You know what? Considering how this is going to be a short story, I don't think the nature goddess needs to be very specific because she only plays a role in the end of the story, and we're just telling the beginning of the tale. Okay. Oh, it could be a thing where the nature goddess is a mystery. Norwegian, moose means elg. Elger in Icelandic. Elger, okay. Elg, okay, elg. Okay. A few followers named Elg. She's thinking about the humans, only the forest and the planet itself. So nature goddess Elg. Moose. Okay. Now let's actually get to the writing part of this. Let's actually get to the writing part of this. We'll have the introduction. One scene interacting with the coworker. The scene of being transformed, and then the interaction, and then the reveal about the gods and the goddesses. Mhm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. I'm trying to write this in present tense because I want to practice that. Okay, so I have this whole thing where we have this exposition dump in the beginning that is said to be a presentation that they do before they have a pizza party. And I think it's kind of funny that, like, aliens come to Earth, they learn Earth culture and customs, and try to find the most efficient way to exploit Earth labor. And, of course, the mechanic that they learn most effectively is the ancient custom of the pizza party, of the jobs that hold a pizza party instead of giving raises. Okay. Okay. Do-do-do-do. What is an unnatural color to have eyes be, chat? I'll do black eyes, like straight black eyes, no pupils. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Mm. Okay, this is useless, not useless, but this is lore that isn't super important. I'm gonna copy it and put it in my lore document. Handle goods. Mm-hmm. Blah, 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 blah. Replace with government-run organizations like the supply depots. Okay. Mm. Mm.
Okay, I see. Hope you're doing good. Make sure you have a good night. Hey, Skinny Bones Aaron, good to see you. I'm having a bit of a late night tonight. Tonight I'm working on doing a short story. The basic prompt is turning a dream I had, a half-remembered dream, into a short story. I spent the first half of the stream working on kind of outlining a lot of the ideas and themes, and now I'm actually working on doing the writing. I've been doing a lot of writing and TTRPG stuff, so stuff's been going really well, but it's good to see you, Skinny Bones Aaron. Okay. So this scene right here might be going on a little too long. Basically what happens is he's talking about there's the introduction, which goes into the pizza party. We do some world building stuff, and we talk about the manager. Okay. Talk about how they're working at Warehouse Associates. And he's got a friend who's asking him to join his gaming group. And he realizes something's up. And I want to hint there, say that, like, and talking about, like, not wanting to talk too much or trying to end the conversation. Then he has the conversation where he's walking away, and his friend's like, he's like, listen, I don't want any part of this.
Do-do-do-do. Okay, how are we doing? How many words have we got done so far? Only 1,200. Okay, I want to get at least 3,000 done tonight. So we're going to be going late tonight. We're going late tonight, chat. We're going late. Become moose. Forsake robot. Become moose. Mm-hmm. Ba 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 ba.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, excuse me.
See, here's where I'm at a point right now where she calls him Hunter. Right? And do I start calling him Hunter now, or do I start calling him Oscar? I think I'll start calling him Hunter. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Medium-sized trees are 25 to 40 feet. Okay. Okay. So he could definitely get lost at 25 feet tall. He could definitely get lost in a forest. Okay. Okay, what's that put my word count at? Word count 2899. So it's just short of 3,000 words. Just short of 3,000 words. And it covers the entire dream, and it ends. I like the ending, not free, more like under new management. Yes, I totally stole that from Megamind, and no, I do not mind that I totally stole it from Megamind. Okay. Forsake robot, become moose. Could do even more stories in this world. The stories of the adventures of the robot moose. Or the robot gorilla that turns into a moose. Need some editing. I could probably share this with people later if people want to read it. Hello, Nevermore. I'm actually just winding down. I'm just winding down for the night. I was trying to hit 3,000 words, so I just need 101 words. But I think I'm fine with this ending where it is. It's no problem, Nevermore. I had a long one tonight. I had a stream. I was in a collab stream earlier today. And then I was in this stream today. And this stream tonight. So, this was fun. This was fun. Had a long week. What'd you get up to, Nevermore? Work? Yeah, I can feel that. I can feel that. Anyway, let's get to, yeah, the usual. Yep. Let's get to the just chatting scene and let's wind down for the night. Actually, let me get rid of this image before I forget to remove the image and open it and have the image up. The story literally goes, forsake human, return to monkey. Forsake robot, become moose. That is literally the direction of the story. Tonight's writing exercise was where I took a half-remembered dream from 2 nights ago, and I used that as the prompt to turn it into a short story. And I kind of like it. I could do more with it. I don't know. I could do more with it. Could expand on a lot of stuff. Like the stuff I did in this chapter could have split between like 3 chapters. If I expanded on it properly, I probably could have done 3 chapters with the stuff that I could, with the stuff that covered in this chapter. Because in this chapter, right, I look at the individual scenes. You have the exposition dump in the beginning with the pizza party, right? So there's the pizza party scene. Then after the pizza party scene, you get the scene with him talking to Peter, walking down the street. and that conversation. And that one could happen. That could be its own chapter, or at least half a chapter. And then the whole thing with the getting turned into Cannon Gorilla. That could be expanded upon, go into more detail, talk about more of the experience, right? Flashbacks, all that good stuff. And then the whole thing with, like, cause since I'm telling in third person, I can like expand other people's point of view and talk about different people's point of view and interactions, and like what the rebels are doing, what's happening. Like there could be an entire like side plot of the rebels trying to save him from being turned into Cannon Gorilla, that I could explore with this, and a whole thing I could do with it. Okay. But yeah, could definitely expand this into its own like 3 chapters. Because then the whole thing with him regaining control, could do more stuff with that. And then him running away, then expanding the whole thing with him becoming a moose and the interactions with Ilg. With Elg. But yeah, that could be fine. Anyway, let's go to wind down for the night. All right, everybody. We've had a long one tonight. We've had a real long one, over 4 hours. This was an endurance stream, chat. An endurance stream. We didn't just do brainstorming this stream, chat. We did brainstorming and writing this stream. We did brainstorming and writing this stream. This was a successful stream. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. All right. I was looking to see if there's anything cool to talk about. Alrighty. What did Pippa do now? Hold on. Oh gosh. Somebody said that like Chinese social media is posting stuff about Pipkin and Pippa. And so Pippa posted some post with like Chinese characters in it. So I'm like, okay, let me get Twitter to translate because they have the translate function. It says, wow, everyone, I don't speak Chinese. I asked my boss to write this for me. Oh gosh. Poor Pippa. Poor Pippa. Okay. Alrighty. Anyway. Nothing really cool to talk about that I want to talk about. Alright, so for those of you who don't know, ad's about to run. We'll run the ad. I'll run the ad, and then after the ad runs, I'll do the outro. Okay. My partner sent me a message about being safe from emails. Alright, did the outro, ad's almost over. Ad is almost over, then we'll do the outro. Then I'll work on making some food, because I am hungry. It has been a few hours since the last time I have consumed food. I hope Country Girl got some work done. I know that she was saying she wanted to do some work on her, do a sprint of work. Alrighty. So, for those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity, joy, hope, and love into the lives of all of my viewers. So I'm going to shout out all the people who said stuff in chat tonight. We had LeMay, Noel May, Nabiru, Jesus, Country Girl, who else did we have? We had more Country Girl on YouTube and Twitch. More LeMay. Oh, we also had Skinny Bones Aaron was here. And Nevermore was here over on the Twitch side. So, to all the people I mentioned, thank you for posting in stream. It helps with having interaction, people to talk to, people to interact with, and all of that jazz. It makes the stream more lively and more exciting, more entertaining to watch, and more entertaining to do. To all the people who watched the stream and didn't say anything and lurked in chat, thank you for coming. Your views help with growing the channel, and you are an amazing contributor to this community. And I value your presence, your time, your attention, and your energy. And to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, thank you. Your views and comments and things help with growing the channel, and it really helps a lot. I appreciate every bit. If you're watching the VOD, I do ask you leave a comment. It helps a great deal. One thing I want to say is I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you're truly valuable, precious, and unique individuals, that you make this world a better place by living in it in your own special way. You all possess the potential for change and growth. You are valuable, you are important, and you matter. You are valid, worthy of love, and deserving of happiness and good things. Your hopes, your fears, your concerns, and your dreams are valid and worthy of notice. You matter. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Have yourselves a wonderful night. I gotta do the rest of the outro. One thing I ask is if you're watching on YouTube to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to more people. Always looking to expand. We've passed the 300 YouTube subscriber threshold, so next month or sometime this month, we'll see how things go with budgeting. I'm planning to do a cursed food stream to celebrate breaking 300 YouTube subscribers. It will all be vegan food because I am vegan, but it will be silly and it will be funny, I think, and it will probably be a little bit disgusting. But I will be tinkering around with stuff. So gonna be doing that. And if by some miracle I hit 1,000 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, I will do a karaoke stream, or I might just do one anyway. I don't know. No, we'll see what happens. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or coworkers, arch nemesis, enemies to lovers, lovers to enemies, anyone you think that might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I look forward to seeing all of you there. We'll see what happens. Might actually get back to the novel I was halfway through writing. I never finish things. Oh my gosh. We'll see what happens. And normally I stream Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. EST, to usually like 11:30 or 12 p.m. EST, around that time. But sometimes we go late, like tonight. It depends on if I have something really cool and if I have the energy to keep going. With that said, thank you all for coming. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can follow me on Twitch, or Twitter, or X, or Blue Sky Social, like my Facebook, join my Discord, subscribe on YouTube, and ding the notification bell. Those things will let you know when I go live or when I release any new content. I look forward to seeing all of you around and having fun with all of you. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You're not expected to give money to be a member of this community. But with that said, I do appreciate the people who have donated in the past and who have given money to help make things possible for me that would not normally be possible. I appreciate each and every one of you and all of your contributions that have made so many things possible in my life. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and it's financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so down below in the description and the donate button on YouTube. All donations are 100% non-refundable. And on YouTube, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation.
and Ko-fi, where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you're going to do a one-time donation, I do prefer you do PayPal because I get to keep more of the money. And if and as for the monthly donations, there's not currently any rewards for those. It is more of just saying you have a tangible way to say you appreciate my content. And the donate button on Twitch will take you to Ko-fi, where you can again do one-time donation or monthly donations. With that said, let's wind down for the night. Do we have anybody on Twitch? No, we've got one viewer on Twitch. I do not feel like raiding right now. I am tired. I am hungry. I have had a long day. So I am going to wind down for the night. Have a wonderful night. I want you all to know that you are treasures. Good night, everybody.